Okay, hello everyone, and welcome. I'm Kim Schwenk. I'm the liaison to the Bibliographical Society of America and Lux Mentis Booksellers, and I'm happy to open this fair with the first set of lectures today, co-sponsored by the BSA and the ABAA, so thank you very much to both. And so before I introduce our first speaker, I'd like to say a few words about the BSA, and if you're interested in becoming a member. Please visit our website. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to get the brochures in time from New York, but if you have any questions, please visit the website, Bibliographical Society of America, or bibsocamer.org, or you can come find me in Lex Mentis booth if you have any questions. So a brief mission statement about the BSA is we are an international, interdisciplinary, scholarly organization that fosters the study of books and other textual artifacts in traditional and emerging formats. BSA pursues this mission by hosting public programs like this, funding scholarly research, conferring awards, issuing publications, and collaborating with related organizations. The Society is committed to adopting policies and procedures that support and promote equity and inclusion in all of our programs, and to provide equal access to our events and electronic resources to people with disabilities and other access needs. So this is one of the things that we love to do, public programming. So I'm very pleased to introduce our first speaker, Julianne Ballou. As the first Warren Winiarski Fellow at UC Davis Library, Julianne Ballou curates the library's Wine Writers Collection. Previously, she led digital projects at the Harry Ransom Center, including projects to digitize and build online archives of personal papers, photographs, and creative works of Gabriel Garcia Marquez and Dylan Thomas. She became interested in literary collections while working as an editor of the Oxford American Magazine, and before that, with the University of Texas Press. She currently lives on an almond orchard in Woodland, California. Julianne will be speaking on the title, Good Words Make Better Wine, Building the UC Davis Library Wine Writers Collection. In 2018, UC Davis Library began to expand its wine writers collection that includes the papers and electronic files of people who have written or podcasted about California wine from the 1950s to the present. These archives and the ephemera they include extend the literary works in the library's circulating and rare wine book and manuscript collections, which date to the start of the 12th century. UC Davis's wine library documents the evolution of a genre and of a drink that's both agricultural product and art. So I welcome you to sit back and listen and learn about what the collection holds and about its development and evolution over the last 3 years. And if you could refrain from questions until the end, we'd be happy. We have a little bit of time, and we'd be happy to take questions. And so please welcome Julianne.
Well, thank you for that wonderful introduction. It's an honor to be here, and I have a lot to say, so I'm going to read from my talk, and I love to have interactive conversations, so I sometimes hate to hold questions until the end, but I'm going to try to leave plenty of time at the end of this talk to answer questions, so please think of some while I'm speaking, and I look forward to having them at the end. So it is an honor to be here. I've given talks and presented at conferences before, but it's a special and unique opportunity to stand in front of an audience of book lovers and book experts. I feel a little unworthy, but the collection I'm here to talk about, the UC Davis Wine Writers Collection, is very worthy. And so is the UC Davis larger wine collection, which includes the papers of wine institutions and wineries and winery owners, and spans both the special and circulating collections. And my colleagues Axel Borg and Christine Chang will speak in more detail about that collection after my talk. So I'd like to take this time to talk about the Wine Writers Collection, where it came from, what it has turned into, and I hope you are interested in what I have to say. So before I get into the origins and evolution of the collection, I want to say a little bit about the genre of wine writing and about what the term wine writing signifies at the library. My colleagues and I have interpreted the genre broadly so that wine writing can encompass as many forms as, say, food writing and music writing. Wine writing includes historical writing, criticism, journalism, and in some cases, creative writing. It occasionally includes science writing, but we've drawn a line at hard science, or writing that's both scientific and academic. Where it maybe differs from other literary genres is that the term wine writing is also popularly used to describe wine marketing and PR, and there is sometimes an uncomfortable degree to which the writing is influenced by the free market, in my opinion. How many other literary genres can you think of that include, as part of their lexicon, a rating system, where numbers are used to deliver information more quickly and efficiently than words? This is one of the most, at times, maddening characteristics of the genre for me, that it ranges unselfconsciously between poetry and propaganda. But then perhaps that's befitting a writing used to describe something that so perfectly embodies human desire. And that has been such an integral part of human civilization for thousands of years. As the drink evolves with its culture, so of course does the language used to describe it. I'd like to read to you 4 excerpts of writing by contemporary wine writers with notably different styles. Here's Gerald Asher in his book On Wine, first published in 1972. There was a time when weekly shipments to the bars and cafes of Paris absorbed much of the production, but that demand seems to have disappeared, along with the Art Nouveau decor, to which a glass of Vouvray, it must be admitted, once added a shimmering dimension. Vouvray is a period wine with an intrinsic style that is not always in accord with popular sensibilities. A white wine that needs its modicum of sweetness to be in balance and some age to show its quality meets resistance when the first duties of a modern white wine are to be dry and young. Now MFK Fisher, in her preface to the Book of California Wine, published by UC Press in 1984. I can no more think of my life without thinking of wine and wines and where they grew for me and why I drank them when I did and why I picked the grapes and where I opened the oldest procurable bottles and all that than I can remember living before I breathed. In other words, wine is life, and my life and wine are inextricable, and the saving grace of all wine's many graces, probably, is that it can never be dull. It is only the people who try to sing about it who may sound flat. But wine is an older thing than we are, and it is forgiving of even the most boring explanations of its élan vital. Here's Karen McNeil describing a 2019 Douro Valley port in her e-newsletter, Wine Speed. This is from a newsletter that was sent a few weeks ago. Quinto do Vesuvio is one of my favorite vintage ports. It's breathtakingly complex. A powerhouse of cool, spicy, blueberry-esque flavor, and has a double velvet texture. It also fairly vibrates with aliveness. Quinta de Vesuvio, founded in the mid-1500s, is considered by many to be the most magnificent traditional estate in the Douro Valley. This is a must-taste to believe wine. Now's a great time. 98 points. Finally, here's something Miguel de Leon wrote in his article, What Does It Mean to Make Wine Right Now? For Punch Magazine in August 2020. Historically, it has not been the industry's default position to speak about political things. It prioritizes the marketability of a particular winemaker's point of view, or the low-key but significant endorsement from a media personality. It prioritizes eye-catching labels, or the low-key but It prioritizes eye-catching labels and bottle rarity. However, what we're seeing now and can't ignore is the industry's complicity as it continues to suppress othered voices, distance marginalized populations, and shame victims and survivors of abuse. In complicity, no one has been asking about the human costs associated with wine, whether through labor practice or the moral principles of its makers or the ethics of its vendors. Asher's writing is primarily concerned with aesthetics. Fisher's is deeply personal and somehow universal at the same time. McNeil's seems to be interested in making a sale, and De Leon addresses the political consequences of prioritizing aesthetics and money over the people involved with making and selling the wine. If you caught it, two of those comment on wine writing. Very meta. What do these different forms of wine writing tell us about wine's place in society? So at the UC Davis Library, our goal has been to collect wine writing in all its forms so that researchers now and in the future can tell us why wine seems to matter as much as it does. Now let's get on to the collection. The seeds for the Wine Writers collection germinated long before I arrived at UC Davis in January 2019. The library was already home to the papers of 4 California writers who had been among the key players in the mid-20th century decades, when this state's wine industry was moving from tender and in recovery from prohibition to stronger until it was an open part of our culture and our markets again. The writers were Charles Sullivan, Roy Brady, Bob Thompson, and Leon Adams, and they presented wine as one nuanced part of the American story with its own cast of characters that were working and being worked by the conditions of the land. There were the protagonists, the winemakers, with their heroes' journeys, and the wines, which were often anthropomorphized. They were beautiful and broad-shouldered, and they were also products of labor and striving in the fields and in the cellar. They had characteristics and were sometimes described in terms of their typicity, the degree to which the wine tasted like the grape that had made it. But often flavor was just one part of the larger story of a wine's provenance. And often that was part of the story's bigger overt and covert questions. Was the wine American, and what did that mean? And was it as good or better than wine produced in France and Germany? The writer's manuscript collections consisted of everything you can imagine that a wine writer would use and save in the course of their work. Wine labels, menus, wine lists, sketches on napkins, articles and book drafts, and more. Leon Adams' collection includes hundreds of notes that he typed up after meetings with winemakers or after he'd followed dubious directions to the site of some long-forgotten winery that existed before Prohibition forced it to close its doors. Much of his archive is information that he collected while he was researching and writing the seminal Wines of America, published in 1973, which is a wide-lens view of wine growing and winemaking over centuries of wine production in North America. My favorite part of Charles Sullivan's archive is his correspondence with the English professor and Kipling scholar Tom Pinney, also one of the state's greatest wine historians. His papers are at Cal Poly Pomona. The men had an epistolary friendship, and their letters are colorful and rangy. The topic of wine is woven into conversations about music, movies, art, and food. There are the personal topics as well, and from their letters, we understand who these men were and why they wrote what they did. Thompson was sometimes the California counterpart to the British wine writer Hugh Johnson, original author of the Wine Atlas. He may even have been Thompson's California Inn. The two wrote the California Wine Book together in 1976. These 4 wine writers' collections were a bright spot in a very large collection of contemporary and rare wine books and ephemera that had been collected since 1880, when the state of California created the Board of State Viticultural Commissioners and charged the University of California to do research in the area of viticulture and winemaking. Then in 2017, British wine writer Jancis Robinson donated her papers to the library, and shortly after, in 2018, Hugh Johnson donated his. The writers who've achieved international celebrity in the wine world brought new respect to the library's wine collections. While there's an established tradition of collecting literary manuscripts in the US, no institution up to that point had collected wine writers' papers in a focused, strategic way. Robinson's and Johnson's donations would change that. Both writers knew of and respected Brady, Adams, Sullivan, and Thompson, but those writers were of a time, and time has not stood still in the wine industry in California. Everybody in the world with any invested interest in wine still knew who Robinson and Johnson were. Or if they didn't know Johnson, they knew Robinson, who still writes prolifically and has a strong and ubiquitous presence online. So what happened is after Hugh Johnson and Jancis Robinson donated their papers, that was like a bold and both self-serving and visionary move. Because in that move, they had enough weight as writers and as wine personalities that they basically said, like, why not collect wine writers' papers and have a wine writers collection that's as desirable for researchers and as respected as these literary collections, say, at the Harry Ransom Center. And I actually, that Ransom Center's name came up a few times because there was almost this competitive, one of them had a friend whose papers were at the Harry Ransom Center, and they almost had this drive, like, we need to make this what that is. And that's sort of what it takes to create these new collecting focuses and to create these literary markets. There isn't yet a market for wine manuscripts from wine writers, but it's cool to see how that might one day form. It's been very exciting to see a part of this project because it's something entirely new. So with their donations, the wine writers' collection started to garner more attention at home and abroad, and turned what had previously been a regional collection into a collection without strict geographic boundaries. Though the California wine industry was and remains at the center of this collection's focus. But I will say that Johnson and Robinson both had ties to California, and Hugh Johnson especially was one of the first European wine writers who was openly curious about California wines and who wrote about their value and potential before most British wine drinkers were even thinking about California wines as an option. Here's what he says in the Book of California Wine. The concept of wine quality can be considered quite separately from membership of the classical elite. A truly vigorous, well-balanced, satisfying, and long-lived wine is often made right outside the classical traditions, and vice versa. Wines we call great and unanimously agree in appreciating are usually those that combine intrinsic quality with classical idiom. That's so interesting, and I love, like, what does he mean there? California is still asking itself whether these two recurrent themes are necessarily complementary or even necessarily compatible. The question being asked is whether, let us say, California Pinot Noir should be judged by how far it resembles Côte d'Or wine or Riesling, by how clearly it evokes the Rhine or the Moselle. The answer is no. It should be judged for its qualities in isolation. But the real-life answer is that comparisons will be made. The problem is that having adopted a classic model, it is extraordinarily difficult to set it aside in making judgments. California wine has always stood in relation to European wines and has also at the same time been entirely Californian. Johnson and Robinson understood this and wrote about it, and their papers are critical to understanding the development of the California wine industry, in large part because they were writing from across the ocean. Their donations attracted the attention of Warren Winiarski, a vintner who had entered the wine industry later in his life after a career in academia at the University of Chicago. Winiarski had learned how to make wine from books. He had started out as a home winemaker and eventually gotten in touch with a winemaker in Maryland who was also a newspaper man, and asked for this winemaker to introduce him to people in California. He ultimately made his way to California, and he studied and apprenticed with winemakers like Robert Mondavi and Andre Jeff, who is known as the Dean of California winemakers, before he planted his own Cabernet Sauvignon vines. His very first vintage, made with grapes from those vines, won the top score for red wines in a blind bicentennial tasting in Paris in 1976. This tasting, called the Judgment of Paris by the press, changed the way the world viewed California and California wine. The people who hosted the event were Stephen Spurrier, the British owner of a wine school and shop in Paris, and Patricia Gallagher, his American colleague. And the judges who tasted the wines were some of France's most expert and respected wine tasters. They thought that they had given the scores to French wines and were pretty upset when they realized that actually they'd given their top scores to American wines. And there was one member of the press present, George Tabor. He was the only reporter who had not turned down the assignment, because all the other reporters were sure that the French wines would win. And Tabor only went because he didn't have anything else to do that day. Everyone else thought it would be a waste of time. But he was reporting for Time magazine, and he understood the weight that this story could potentially have. So after the event, he quickly finished and filed his story, and Time headlined it, "The Judgment of Paris." And he had ended the piece with this priceless quote from Jim Barrett, the owner of Chateau Montelena, whose wine had received the top score in the whites category. And that was not bad for kids from the sticks. None of the Napa winemakers thought that this story would become as big as it did at the time. Napa was still very rustic in the 70s. And there was a sense of self-respect. People knew that they were making wines that could stand up to European wines, but they hadn't needed this international feedback and affirmation. So Winiarski understood on a very deep personal level and for different reasons how important writing has been for the California wine industry. And he understood the power of the archive, of the museum, and of the historical record that's preserved and sanctified by the institution that keeps it. He decided to give the UC Davis Library a $3.3 million gift to collect the papers of wine writers, winemakers, and historians whose writing about wine had either influenced or documented critical advances in the evolution of this state's industry. That gift supported my position, and I joined the library to plan and grow its wine writers collection and program. So over the last 3 years, my work has largely focused on manuscript collections. We've brought in the papers of many other writers and publishers, including Ruth Ellen Church, largely and surprisingly forgotten by many. But she was actually the first syndicated wine columnist in North America, and she wrote for the Chicago Tribune. We brought in the papers of Gail Unselman, who published the quarterly Wayward Tendrils for book collectors and wine lovers, and Dorothy Gator and John Brutcher, who founded the Wall Street Journal's wine column and made wine accessible to anybody with half an inclination to drink it. We acquired the papers of Gerald Asher, whose eloquence among living wine writers is unmatched, except maybe by Hugh Johnson. And we brought in the notebooks that James Conaway filled when he was researching and writing his best-selling Napa trilogy, the books that opened the doors of the region to a large audience beyond California. Most recently, we've added to the collection the papers of Karen McNeil, author of the Wine Bible, a fat, fact-filled text that just came out in its 3rd edition. I also just want to talk a little bit more about a collection that has grown within the Wine Writers Collection. We've started to collect the papers of people who were involved in the Judgment of Paris, the 1976 tasting. One of those people is Joanne Dupuis, who owned an international tours business in Napa in the 1970s. She was instrumental in early planning for the tasting and was responsible for actually getting the wines to California. So she's another person that people have forgotten about or don't typically associate with the tasting, who was pretty foundational to allowing it to happen. Let's see. At the time of the tasting, she was chaperoning a tour of France's vineyards led by Andrei Chelichev. And the tour was for Napa Valley vintners, and it was during this tour that Jim Barrett learned that his wine had bested the other whites in the tasting. So there is a lot about this event that has become apocryphal. There's a lot that people misstate or misunderstand about what actually happened. There was a movie made called Bottle Shock that tends to be, it's typically what people, especially young people, think about when they think about the Judgment of Paris, which is really too bad because it is a story that is so deeply ingrained in the state's sense of itself, not just of the wine it produces. I mean, it's one of the great California stories. We also got this fat envelope of articles, letters from Stephen Spurrier that is, so far as I've seen, one of the most incredible and complete and multi-dimensional presentations of this tasting. There's so much in there that I hadn't known about, and that actually directly contradicts a lot of what is most popularly circulated as the happenings of that event. So we're hoping that this Wine Writers Collection spawns other nodal collections like this Judgment of Paris collection. I mean, this, I think, is one of the real gifts of the Wine Writers Collection, is that there are these fundamental evolutionary threads in our state's wine industry's lifetime, and they're not black and white and they're not straightforward. And being able to have different writers' accounts of what happened as well as their primary sources is just really wonderful and important. So while my focus has been on contemporary manuscript collections, my colleagues and I have continued to add rare books and manuscripts to the collection that demonstrate some of the earliest forms of wine writing and reporting. Two of our most important acquisitions in this area have been a bifolium in Latin from the library of the gastronomer and wine writer Andre Simon, whom wine writer Hugh Johnson called the charismatic leader of the English wine trade for almost all of the first half of the 20th century, and the grand old man of literate connoisseurship for a further 20 years. Last week, we had the incredible luck of receiving a $38,000 grant from the Breslauer Foundation. I don't know if anyone here is familiar with this foundation. This is their last year operating, and we had applied for this grant to purchase a book that is the first book in French about wine. It's a debate between water and wine, published in 1515, and this book was being sold by Ben Kinmont for more money than we could afford. And so I hadn't known about the B.H. Breslauer Foundation, but a colleague passed their name along to me, and this was the easiest grant I've ever applied for. And it was just like a dream to get this money. So I just felt like I will never have an experience. This is such an old school experience. And I'm really disappointed that they're not going to continue to operate. But I know that they've allowed a lot of other libraries to purchase important books, and to get some of these books into public institutions is just incredibly important. So this is the first time this book is going to be in a public institution. It's just been in private hands up to this point. The library's rare book collection also holds many of the earliest books about wine published in English. We have Sir Edward Barry's Observations, Historical, Critical, and Medical, on the wines of the ancients and the analogy between them and the modern wines from 1775. And Alexander Henderson's A History of Ancient and Modern Wines from 1824, as well as The Juice of the Grape, or Wine Preferable to Water, written by Peter Shaw and printed in 1724. What we don't have, and would really like, is the first book on wine in the English language. And that's a new book of the natures and properties of all wines, written by William Turner and printed in 1568. This book is thought to have been a guide for William Shakespeare, who laced his texts with numerous references to wine. So we are keeping an eye out for that one, if you have any leads. There's a lot more I could say about the collection, but I think it's time to bring this talk to a close. So as I start to wrap up, I just want to say a little bit about how I came to this work and what continues to motivate me. People who work in special collections spend a lot of time looking backward, but we also think a lot about the future of the profession. And as my fellowship at the UC Davis Library comes to a close and the Wine Writers Collection is set to launch into the next phase of its life, I've been thinking more about the spirit that compels us to search for, collect, and document history. Prior to joining UC Davis, I worked at the Harry Ransom Center, and before that, I was an editor of the Oxford American Magazine. It's a literary magazine based in Arkansas. I came to the world of literary collections in part because I was interested in the creative process, but on the other hand, in my work at the magazine, while I was working at the magazine, I got to know a lot of collectors and people who were obsessed with the blues. And in the world of blues, there's this group of people called the Blues Mafia, and they will really home in on an artist or a lost recording and go to great lengths to track down the family of the artist, or it's pretty incredible. Like, this is real super nerdy, but one of the collectors was known to have written a book about Robert Johnson, one of the most important and elusive blues musicians. And he had never published this manuscript, but it was supposed to have all kinds of secret, unknown information, including about Robert Johnson's murderer. So this book had achieved this mythic, like, holy grail, like, status, because the collector was so jealously possessive of the manuscript. It's just interesting. Anyway, I got to know him, and one night I visited him, and we stayed up talking late into the night, and I ended up spending the night. And he lived in Houston, I lived in Austin, and I didn't want to drive home. And a few days later, he told me that I had been in the room with the manuscript. And whether or not he was lying or telling the truth, like that had a profound effect on my imagination. And I wondered at the sanctity of stories and the lives they portrayed and the profound lengths that people will go to collect these stories and this information and knowledge. I didn't understand it myself at the time, and I had no inkling that I'd one day work with collections in the way that I do now. But years later, I found that sense of mystery and passion of the collector's instinct magnified 100-fold at the Harry Ransom Center, where Harry Hunt Ransom's collecting genius or compulsion echoed in every corner of the stacks. It was pretty infectious. And I just get 2 more minutes. So a week ago, I met with a student who'd taken an undergraduate course that I taught in special collections in fall of 2019. At the time, the student had been on a pre-med track, but the readings sparked ideas for her, and she was often one of the most engaged students in the class. It was clear, too, that she was energized by the collections. She now wanted to be a librarian, she told me when we met, or a high school teacher. And she tells her friends, you need to walk through the glass doors by the display cases on the first floor of the library. You won't believe what's behind those doors. The excitement that I saw in her reminded me of what I had felt in my early 20s and what I often still feel when I walk the stacks. I see it in many students who take classes with my colleague, Christine Chang, who will speak next. And I'm so excited and delighted for what they still have to discover, and I'm so curious to know where their paths will take them. So thank you. Yes.
Are your acquisitions purchases or gifts or both?
Well, with rare books and manuscripts, those are almost always purchases, but the manuscript collections are all gifts. Yes.
Where on campus is the archive held?
It's at Shields Library. Yeah.
Do you have any papers from John Chad?
Yes, we have. I have actually gotten to know his wife very well, and she donated a collection that covers the course of his career and even has some correspondence related to when he came to America. It's really cool. Yeah.
Do you have any programming pertaining to the collection?
We do. We had a wide wine writers event in 2020, and the library has a partnership with the Robert Mondavi Institute, and we do programs together. We do 2 to 3 a year, usually around food and wine, food and drink topics. Yes.
I'm at a sister institution, UCLA, in special collections. I'm wondering, with the drinking age going back up to 21, and sometimes a prohibitionistic zeal among some students and families and so forth, you get pushback on the collections saying that either you should also be collecting the other side of the coin, or do you already do that?
We do that. We have a temperance collection. Christine, do you want to? I did teach this undergraduate research class that I taught was on the wine collections, and I did get pushback about that class, which was interesting. But UC Davis has, it's a world-renowned viticulture and enology program, so usually we can kind of point to that. Yeah.
Any other questions? And Julianne, if you could if we do have any other questions, if you could speak into the mic, or perhaps Julianne could repeat the question. We are recording this and live streaming, and so we want to be able to be sure that others are able to hear the question as well as the answer. Thank you. So with that, any other questions, anybody?
Yes.
This
Yeah, so she asked if somebody can get on the mailing list to get notified about the Savor Lecture Series, the partnership between the library and the Robert Mondavi Institute. And I believe you can. Yes. Axel, do you want to?
Can you say what the next program? Can you say what the next program is, because you're one of the organizers of it, and that anybody can sign up for it. This one's going to be Zoom, and they are also recorded. The past ones are available for watching, but
Yeah, the next lecture is going to be on beer, and we've invited a malt house and a brewery from Albuquerque to talk about the hyper-local, super-local ingredients that they use to make their malt and their beers. The brewery is Bow and Arrow Brewery, based in Albuquerque, and the malt house is Admiral Maltings in Alameda. Yes. Who is that? Dr. Lewis. Michael Lewis. He asked if Dr. Michael Lewis would be involved in this program. Actually, the new professor he's not really new anymore, Glenn Fox, will be involved. I think Michael Lewis is still in Davis, but he's no longer at the university. Okay, any more? All right, thank you so much for staying and listening. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, everyone. Please stay tuned for, we have at 2 o'clock, 2 o'clock, we have National Board and Christine Chen from UC Davis Collections will be giving their presentation. So you're welcome to get up, stretch, or stay here, and really look forward to the next presentation. Thank you all. And thank you again, Julian and
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Kevin Miller. I'm the head of Archives and Special Collections at the UC Davis Library. I wanted to start by thanking the ABAA and the BSA for inviting our library to provide the special exhibit at this year's book fair. It was a real honor and a privilege and a lot of fun to put it together. If you haven't seen it already, please do. It's at the other end of the hall, and it explores our wine and grape collections at UC Davis. And that's what we're going to hear about today from two perspectives. From my colleagues Axel Borg and Christine Cheng. And I want to thank them as well as Julianne Ballou for helping me curate that exhibit, which was a real team effort. So starting with an introduction for Christine, who will be speaking second. So Christine is our instruction and outreach librarian for Archives and Special Collections at the University of California, Davis. She designs library services and educational programs that enhance access to an understanding of rare books, manuscripts, and archive materials. Her interests are promoting and developing skills in primary source literacy. So in other words, Christine plays that critical role in connecting our material with students at the university and interpreting that material for them. Axel Borg, a little bit about him. So after graduating from Sonoma College in 1976, Axel was commissioned into the United States Army as an armor officer. In 1983, he left the Army to become a librarian. Axel earned his MLIS at UC Berkeley and served as an agricultural librarian at Berkeley. In 1986, Axel took a position as a general science librarian at UC Santa Cruz, and in 1988, he began his service at UC Davis as the wine and food science bibliographer. So he's been around the UC system. While at UC Davis, Axel worked with Professor Maynard A. Amering and was co-author of his last work, a bibliography on grapes, wine, and other alcoholic beverages and temperance, published in the United States before 1901, and that was published by the UC Press. Axel retired from UC Davis after 37 years of service as a librarian in the UC system, and we've been very privileged that over 30 of those years were with us at UC Davis, during which he's built the collection that he'll be talking to you about today. So please, we're going to hold all questions for both speakers until the end of the program, and help me welcome Axel Borg.
Thank you, Kevin, for that very nice introduction. And I'm going to take my mask off so that I'm not speaking through that. It's been my privilege to work with a really remarkable collection, the finest grape-growing winemaking collection in the world. And wait a minute. Why is it? Let's see. So, the grape-growing and winemaking collection can be dated to 1880. There we go. Can be dated to 1880. When the California State Legislature charged the University of California with doing research in the area of grape growing and winemaking, and specifically it was in response to the phylloxera crisis of the 1880s. But the person who is the most responsible for the collection and the excellence in the collection is really Dr. Maynard Amering. This is a portrait of him taken by Ansel Adams as part of a portfolio that was done documenting the University of California campuses. He arrived in the 30s, and anytime a librarian has the opportunity to work with a faculty member, especially a faculty member who's very concerned about the collections in their area, that's a really wonderful opportunity. But in this case, it lasted 50 years. Now, not with me, but with a previous librarian. So he took with previous librarians. So he really took an interest in the grape and wine collection to the point where he would actively solicit collections from various people to come to Davis. He was a bibliophile himself. He was a member of the Book Club of California. He was also a member of a number of food and wine societies. He is the most significant wine scientist in the United States, and he passed away in 1998. His writings encompassed everything from the popular to the scientific on this. So I want to tell you a little bit about the collection and what the collection does. The collection supports the Amarine Room, where a good portion of the collection, about 2/3 of the collection, is housed, is on the 3rd floor in Shields Library, and so it's named for Dr. Maynard Amarine. The remaining part is in special collections, and there is material that is stored off-site in the Northern Regional Library facility. We have a fair amount of Slavic language publications that are there in the NRLF. But the collection itself is designed to support the academic and research programs at the University of California, Davis, and the University of California at Davis has the Viticulture and Enology Department, which is a world-renowned department in grape growing and winemaking. It's the only department anywhere in the world where the pomologists, the grape growers, were taken out of pomology, and the winemakers were taken out of food science and put together in one department. It's currently paired with the food science department in the Robert Mondavi Institute, and I'll say a little bit about that in a minute. So we support the academic and research programs. And just as a note, there was a question in the earlier program about about consumption of alcohol by underage people. We do have students in the Viticulture and Enology program that are not 21 yet, but a special legislation by the California legislature allows those students who are under 21 who are enrolled in a program to taste wine as part of that program. So there's a special carve-out for them. We also support the Cooperative Extension Program, which is that's supporting the industry and the winemakers and the grape growers out in California. We also support University Extension, which is continuing education. We are a resource that supports national and international users, and then the wine industry in general. And while the California is a relatively new into wine in the sense of comparison to Europe, and we really only date back to the Spanish fathers, the scientific involvement in wine is marked by Louis Pasteur and his work in the 1860s. And so it was in the 1860s the university first began to do some work in wine. University of California was founded in 1868, and by 1880 was formally doing programs. So we've been involved as long as anybody has in terms of the science side of it. So we're heirs to a long and glorious tradition here in California and in the world. 1880 California Assembly Bill starts that, and then in 1887, first formal courses at Davis. 1908, first courses at UC Davis. In 1919, the Department of Viticulture is established, and in 1954, the present Department of Viticulture at UC Davis is in place. Davis becomes a separate campus in the UC system in 1959. And that is, let's go back just a second. That is in the Robert Mondavi Institute for Food and Wine Science at UC Davis. And it also houses the Food Science Department. So the Food Science Department and the Viticulture and Enology Department are together in one building, designed to create sort of a collaborative collaborative environment for the students and the faculty. And winemaking students, I've known, or a lot of the winemaking students that I've known have also taken the brewing class and know how to make beer, and vice versa. So there is sort of this cross mingling on that. So, mentioned that about a third of the collection is in the Archives and Special Collections. And here we see a picture of the Archives and Special Collections reading room. We're not an ivory tower organization in the sense that we don't reach out to industry. We don't have strong industry use of things, and that includes going into special collections from industry. There's a story that apparently, well, I was told it happened before I arrived, and it involved a lawsuit between the Gallo brothers. And so the story is that there were archives that had been donated by the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms Department of the federal government, and attorneys on both sides were using the same boxes in archives and special collections. Now, I don't know whether that's true or not, but it does make for a nice story. So what is this collection? What constitutes the collection? It's a RLG level 5 collection. And for those of you that aren't familiar with that RLG designation, it's essentially a way for institutions to evaluate the nature of their collection, the status of their collection, how good it is. And we're at level 4, you're able to support all teaching and research done in any advanced institution in the United States. So level 5 is something beyond that. I like to think of it as sort of the good, the bad, and the ugly of material. This is currently the earliest item that we have. This is something that was purchased by Special Collections. It's from the Andre Simone collection. It's an excerpt from Encyclopedia. And you know, when I think about these books, because I've been working with them for so long, in many ways I begin to think of them as family, maybe even children. This was the first really rare book that I purchased when I started at UC Davis. And at the time, it was, we were told by the dealer, and it seemed to verify in the records that we were able to look into, that there were only 2 other known copies of this book. And it was at the time understood to be the earliest item in French on wine. It's actually in Middle French. Note the date of 1549. The 2 other copies, one's in the British Library and one's in the Bibliothèque Nationale in Paris. And the British Library copy and our copy were 1549, and the Bibliothèque Nationale's copy was 1550. So we beat them by a year. Now, since the advent of widespread digitizing of catalogs, there's another 12 or 13 copies that have been located. So it's not quite as rare as it was, but I still think of it as one of my children in a sense. This was thought to be the earliest item on Tokaj wine. Tokaj wine is a famous wine of Hungary, and it's a doctoral dissertation, 1758. And when this came on the market, we bought it, but we also thought, well, let's see if we can raise some money to help offset the cost. And so we went to a couple of organizations that we thought might be interested in contributing to this, and I won't name names, but their response was, well, do you have the item? And we said, well, yeah, actually we do. We've gotten it from the dealer. And they said, well, just photocopy it and send it back. Why would you spend that amount of money on that? Now, since then, Ben Kinmont found an earlier work, I think it's about 10, 12 years earlier than this, on Tokaj wine. It's actually on Hungarian wine. It's in German, which is interesting, but the biggest section of that pamphlet is on Tokaj wine, so we've got a little bit earlier thing. This is the thing with bibliography. There's always somebody that will best you out there, and I think it's actually pretty good. And there it is. That's now the oldest item. All of the early works on Tokai wine, with the exception of this one, have been digitized and are available through the library. So you can go to our catalog, look up the record, and it will take you to a digital version of the item so you can look at it. This one we will get digitized at some point, so we'll have that up also. This is a Spanish book. It's interesting because at this point in time, in the 1840s in Spain, there was an effort going on within Spain to improve the quality of both wine and olive oil, because quality had suffered sort of in the post-Napoleonic world of Spain. So this is an important early work in terms of the Spanish wine industry. I said a little bit about the RLG rating on the collection, just some sort of bibliometric numbers on it. We're roughly about 35,000 volumes in the collection, with about a third in special collections, which I said. We have over 325 serial titles in the collection, and we have 50 languages that I've been able to identify in the collection. I am still searching for 51. And one of those 50 is a language that is not recognized by the Library of Congress as one of their languages. So it's not officially recognized, but otherwise there's 49 languages recognized by Library of Congress, and then that other language, which is a Serbo-Croatian language. It's primarily technical and historical, with quite a bit, but not, I'd like to get more economic information in that area. It includes serials, books, pamphlets, maps, printed ephemera like wine labels and advertising. And you'll see all of these examples of all of these kinds of things in our exhibit, which is on the other side of the hall. Posters, original artwork. There's illustrations of painted vines and things like that that would be used as the basis for work in books. And I just got my 15-minute notice, and so I'm going to move along. There are a number of collections that came from elsewhere that were given to us. This is an example of one of those. This particular book this particular plate is from the first ampelography in the state of California, and this particular illustration is Zinfandel grapes, and the idea, an ampelography is designed to help you identify grapevines, and so the artist wants to portray all of the qualities of those grapes so that you can then identify that particular variety. It's an intersection of science and art. And for those of you that are familiar with the Zinfandel grape, it's a problematic grape because it's got uneven ripening, and you can see in the illustration overripe and underripe berries. This particular book is an interesting one because it is the first technical book printed in California on winemaking in 1883. We also have a French book. Now, the Wine Press and Cellar Manual, the one that you're seeing up there, is the reproduction that was done by the Robert Mondavi Institute of the original work. And it's a fascinating piece and a story in itself, but that will have to wait for another day. That funding to reproduce that book was from Fritz Maytag of Anchor Steam Brewing. So, this is a remarkable book, a unique book. It was put together by the Natoma Vineyards, which is a company located roughly in the Aerojet region of Sacramento. If you go out 50 towards Folsom, you'll pass that. These are actually pressed leaves from their vineyards. They had the largest vineyard in the world at the time. They were attempting to grow all sorts of different grape varieties in the Central Valley. It tended to produce terrible wine, but the grapes looked great. There are actual leaves that were pressed into it. This book was then donated or given to the state or to the Board of State Viticulture Commissioners, so it came in as part of that library. The Whimsical, the pop-up book of wine. This was a Hugh Johnson production. You'll see this one on exhibit out there. We also have it in German. We tend to collect in as many different languages as possible. So if something was originally, say, in English and translated into German or French, we would try and get those copies also. Roy Brady, if you were here for the earlier talk by Julianne Ballou, Roy Brady was a wine writer in Southern California. We have his papers at Davis. This was a book that he did with the Santa Susana Press at Cal State Northridge. And it's a fine press book, an artist's book in the collection. This is an example of photographs that we have in the collection. This photograph, which is of Zinfandel, was taken at the Oakville Station. Oakville Station is part of the university property, but it is in Napa. It is within the boundaries of the Tokelon vineyard. Tokelon is the earliest or oldest named vineyard in the state of California. It's a prime grape area. It's just recently been designated as a historic location. In 1915, these were photographed for the Panama Pacific exhibition that was held in San Francisco. And the interesting thing about this is that when you look at the history of the Panama Pacific Exposition, there's no mention of anything about wine. And that's because it was written during Prohibition, the history was. You have to go back to contemporary newspaper accounts and it will tell you about a wine pavilion that was there, and the entryway was lined with these photographs. So the Oakville Station is two 20-acre plots of land in Napa, in the prime grape growing area of Napa, that belong to the University of California, specifically to the department, which is another thing that makes it so unique. No other institution in the world has prime grape land for its students and faculty to work with. Thank you. And I want to thank my timer for keeping me on time, roughly. And so we're going to hold questions till the end. And all of what I've shown you only exists to be used. So Christine's going to talk about how she's getting the word out on our collection. And that, from my perspective, that's the most important part of all of this. So, and wait a minute, I want to make sure I'm not taking something of yours. Am I?
I hope not.
Nope.
Or else I'll be flying by the
Yeah,
seat of my pants.
there you go.
Hello. So nice to be here with you all and to be able to gather in largest groups again. I'm Christine Chang, the Instruction and Outreach Librarian for Archives and Special Collections, which I would argue and will argue is the coolest and best part of UC Davis Library. And since this presentation is being recorded, I just wanted to make sure I would go on record for that. All right, but before I go into discussing the materiality of the items in the context of instruction, I want to go over a brief outline of my presentation. I'll give you a snapshot of what instruction looks like in special collections, as well as the approach that I take to teaching. I'll provide some examples of the specific classes that visit special collections the most frequently, and then I'll dive into particular items under books and themes and manuscripts before arriving at the end. In terms of background and what instruction looks like in archives and special collections at UC Davis, I provide a couple of word clouds. And the first word cloud represents the unit of special collections from when we first collected instructional statistics in 2003 And then the word cloud next to that is from when I started at UC Davis in 2016, the classes that I personally handled. And these classes are divided by subject code according to the academic departments. As you can see with special collections, we've had a history largely of classes from the design departments, art history, English history, Native American and studies departments that visit us. With me, you'll see a lot of overlap with art history classes, English, again, history and design classes, but we also have a lot of classes now from our first year seminar. And a lot of subjects and classes that visit special collections vary under the title of first year seminars. If you notice in red, VEN, the viticulture and enology classes, at least when I started, they began coming into special collections consistently. They come in at least once every academic year, if not twice. In terms of collecting items, selection criteria, I will look at adding to the collection with an eye towards instruction. The criteria that comes to mind is the benefit to and the item's utility in the classroom, to student assignments, student projects, and to student and faculty research. So under those guidelines and also other conditions, how then to incorporate these materials into lesson planning? Those conditions include a lot of our students that come in and visit special collections in their classes are, for the majority, undergraduate students. A lot of these instruction sessions are one-shots. That means that for the most part, there are no repeat visits in classes after the first initial session. And they're mostly courses from art history, English, design, and the first year seminars. So if our collecting focus, one of our collecting strengths is in viticulture enology, how then do I incorporate the materials into the rest of the curriculum? When I was designing and organizing the first student-led library tasting, I was working with the chair of Vitus, the student-led wine tasting organization, and asked, why is it that students don't make use of our materials, or that why is it that classes don't, a lot of E&E classes don't visit special collections? And she mentioned that, well, our materials are largely outdated and erroneous. So under those guidelines, under those conditions, I ask again, how then to incorporate these materials into the rest of the curriculum? But before I go into that, let's talk about the state of instruction in special collections. My style of teaching is not very lecture-based or didactic. I don't have a classroom where it's traditionally the lecturer providing the information and the students receiving that information. I make use of active learning techniques, primarily focusing on student-centered learning. I make use of backward design approach in active learning, where you focus on the learning goals, the course instructor's goals and objectives, and then working backwards from that point in planning the lesson and selecting the items to use in class. So from an article from 1991 on active learning, it's based on instruction activities that involve students in doing things and think about what they're doing, rather than having the students passively learn, receive information. The focus is on developing student skills and using primary sources through reading, discussing, and writing. I don't interpret the materials for the students. I am a facilitator of leading them to make those interpretations, to make those analyses. The classroom is there to serve as more of a research laboratory to tap into the students' investigative skills, right? So I'm focusing on hands-on learning. The students, rather than knowledge receivers, are knowledge producers. I already mentioned developing their skills and being successful with analyzing and examining, well, all the skills required in primary source literacy and making the classroom, turning it into a research laboratory. And combining the instructor's goals, I also keep in mind the guidelines for primary source literacy. These guidelines were developed by a joint task force between the Society of American Archivists and the Rare Books and Manuscripts section of ACRL. And together, these guidelines broadly articulate the knowledge, skills, and abilities needed by students to successfully conceptualize, find, analyze, and use primary sources. So you can either focus on one of these objectives or use a combination of the objectives. So you are developing students, teaching them how to conceptualize primary sources, find and access them, read, understand and summarize them, interpret, analyze, and evaluate, use and incorporate them. And I promised showing examples of the types of classes that visit us from the art history, English departments. So the first year seminars, you have everything focusing on from pop culture to poverty, always the history of bookmaking. Those could be English, history, or comparative literature classes. You have classes from form and color, letter forms and type. This is where we make use of our artist books, right? Classes focusing on typography, on structure and format of materials. And before I dive into the specific items, I ask that you bring yourself back to when you were undergraduates, particularly, well, before you were erudite scholars in all things rare books. Think back to your first and second years of your undergraduate experiences. You are for the first time handling, smelling a manuscript from the 13th century on vellum. Now we can jump in. So, chocolate Enda was actually introduced to me first by Axel here. And from that point, it led me to form connections to other items in our collections that I can then show and present to students. You have Chocolate Enda from 1644, which is actually a Latin translation from a work in the Spanish vernacular. And then beside that, I paired it with a facsimile of the Codex Nuttall, so a pre-Columbian, pre-Hispanic fanfold or screenfold book. From Chocolate Enda, I can present the frontispiece to students, focusing on how it's a copper plate engraving of a Native American representing the New World, presenting chocolate, if you notice, in its solid form, to the Old World, represented by Neptune. But besides that, you can focus and make analyses of the physical characteristics, such as pagination, or in this case, the lack thereof, signature marks, catchwords, spine, and overall binding, as well as a printer's error. Below it, I connected that to Codex Nuttall, where this is the facsimile of the manuscript. The original lives at the British Museum, originally on deer hide. But in this, you see a pictogram of a marriage ceremony, the bride presenting her groom with a cup of chocolate, showing how chocolate was originally consumed in its liquid form, with a bitter taste, with its reddish hue and a frothy head. And I'm going to be incorporating chocolate because, as Robert Mondavi said, wine is food. Wine is a grocery item. So naturally, there's no way I'm going to talk about wine collections without including food as well. So along the same veins of food and chocolate, we have Bitter Chocolate, an artist book by Julie Chen. Now, how do I describe the materiality of items in 2D format? I created a little video showing the container of bitter chocolate. That's supposed to resemble a chocolate bar, but some students say it's a box that might contain a wine bottle. But you have two sides, which actually presents 4 distinct presentations of content. Julie uses a combination of the Jacob's ladder structure with an accordion fold. So the first side, unsweetened, you are presented with two different narratives. And then when you flip it over to untempered, the second side, you have the final two narratives. So this is a way to show students how to present information, more than one or a couple narratives, depending on what structures you use. And this includes historical myth and also myths of chocolate, focuses on the cacao woman, as well as the author's or the artist's own personal experiences in creating bitter chocolate. With my Renaissance, medieval to Renaissance art classes, I like to show them fragments, examples of medieval manuscripts. This is where we focus on illuminated manuscripts, focusing on the differences between historiated and decorated initials. But it's also important to show not everything from the medieval period is an illuminated manuscript. So I largely use the Will of Jimenez, as an example of what's not an illuminated manuscript. But I have them, after learning a few definitions, a few elements of illuminated manuscripts. I set them free to be able to look through various items and to decide whether something is illuminated or not. So Will of Jimenez is from 1287, and it's a will that conveys to a monastery land, vineyards in Tudela, Spain. The monastery actually had a major role in the development of viticulture and wineries in the area. And below it is well past the period of medieval and Renaissance eras. But it shows, I like to still show it to students because an example of traditions that we still retain, that is still retained from the illuminated manuscript making tradition. You have the coat of arms, you have what is the ink that's supposed to resemble gold leaf. Well, it's written by hand, it's a bound manuscript. Although it's from 1680, it still retains that tradition, right? If you look at your e-readers, your Kindles, when you turn the page, you have the act of continuing to turn the page. There's even a swoosh sound that it makes, even though you are not really turning a page. So kind of retaining those traditions and practices to this very day. And for the samples, these are leather and vellum samples that I like to show the students to give them an idea, to tell the differences in textures between the smooth parchment of sheep and calf with the rougher textures of goat and deer. And I promise I will relate it to the end. So with artist books, I have a couple featuring foodies and a miniature artist book. Foodies is in what's described as a trifold portfolio. So these individual letterpress printed folios contain original stories that explore the diversity of meaning in food-related language, and the stories are presented in the ingredients. So I show students that artist books, while they are inspired by the traditional structure of a book format. So that is used as a springboard to create their art pieces, to create their works. It can include entire narratives, stories, single quotations, single words, or no words at all. At the bottom is the wine, which is a miniature accordion, making use of a severed wine cork, a wine cork, serving as the boards of the book, and enclosed with has a belly band or a band enclosure. And it's a quotation from Homer's Odyssey, talking about the bewitching wine, which sets a wise man to singing and to laughing gently, and bring forth words which were originally left best unsaid. I also like to introduce non-Western texts to students, comparing the stitching, the bindings to, say, maybe something with Coptic stitching or sewing. The first item in black is the summary of grape cultivation. It's the first and only edition of this illustrated guide to grape cultivation written by Ozawa Zenpei, who was an important pioneer of wine in Japan. He was responsible for introducing over 100 varieties of grapes to Japan from overseas, especially from America, and discusses plant cultivation, preparation of the soil, care of wines, and the importance of selecting the variety of grapes according to the weather of the region. And also having students engage with the materials and showing how it's different from, say, Western texts. And again, you start in the beginning, which is what we would consider the back of the text, opening the text or the covers from the left to the right. And also with the illustrations, the students may not understand the text, but they can tell from the illustrations hints at Japanese culture. Normally, after work, you would partake in dinner parties, after work parties between associates, where the bosses would serve their employees and vice versa, the employees serving the employers. This is a way to cultivate and develop workplace relations, and hopefully the illustrations will show some evidence of that. So from there, I have to go to my manuscripts. This isn't necessarily focusing on the materiality of the items, but the content. I remember in library school, the course instructor, in discussing the differences between archivists and rare book librarians, he said that archivists, we tend to look at the significance of the content of the works, whereas rare book librarians focus on the bindings. It's a way for them, in the way that you uncover and unlayer the pieces of the bindings, the histories, the fragments that you might uncover. So I have to go back to my original, my beginning of my career, which was in manuscript collections, the personal papers of families, of individuals, the records of organizations. And I present here the Robert G. Mondavi papers. I like showing the research process, the drafting process that the creator used to maybe draft one of his speeches. From here, you will see notes, the transcript of a 60 Minutes program from 1991 on the French paradox, which is, why is it that the French diet that includes more butter, fats, than the American diet, why is it healthier than what we're experiencing in the U.S.? And they are, along with that, it focuses on red wine. From the C. Nelson Hackett papers, I like to feature, the Hackett family, the family donated Yolo County ranch land to the university. And from this collection, I like to feature what's called the Zero Family poster. I like to ask my printmaking classes to figure out or guess what decade this poster was produced in. Usually I get answers that it was from the 60s, but no, it's from 1908. And so it's a great example for printmaking students, typography students to look at. And I think I'm coming up to the end. So in coming up to the end, how do I convey, or what can I leave you with that's instructive? So I'm going to give you the recipe, the English translation of the recipe for chocolate as it was consumed by the Mesoamericans originally. But continuing along the vein of instruction, I also want to feature what's on my wish list. Remember when I told you that that sometimes I joke with students that, I don't know if I've gone through this, but I have 9 sections of my art history, medieval to Renaissance art classes visit special collections. By the 9th class, I'm tired, and I'll joke with the students that one of the samples is human skin. So one of the items, or the only item on my wish list, is a sample or a book bound in human skin, purely for instructive purposes. Thank you.
Questions? No, both of us.
Yeah, sure.
And ladies and gentlemen, if anyone has any questions, let us know. We have a microphone you can speak into, or if Kevin will be happy to repeat the question for our speakers if you don't want to speak into a microphone.
For Mr. Borg, what strategies does the library use to
Wine
To,
labels?
to repeat the question for Axel, what strategy do we use to collect the wine labels?
When I first started working with wine labels, I was overwhelmed because after looking at several hundred, you get overwhelmed. There are just so many pieces of paper. The Maynard Amarine collection that you'll see examples out in our display is roughly 5,200 labels. But we have a label collection of 30,000 labels, and we have another label collection of somewhere around 60,000 labels. So initially, we were trying to just confine it to California. And when we were being given wine labels, of course, you want to be concerned about the condition, how they've been removed from the bottle, the state of the label, and all of that kind of thing. One of the things that Davis developed as sort of a prototype about 4 or 5 years ago was, and it was, I think, utilizing what New York Public did with their menu collection. And what we did was we photographed the 5,200 Amarine labels with high-resolution photography. Then we set up a crowdsourcing system to essentially capture the information off of the labels. If you notice with labels, there's a wide range of design and typography and all of these things. It makes OCR virtually impossible. So using crowdsourcing to capture that data, we've done that. Now what we're running into is a wine ontology. How do you get all the red wines? How do you get all the white wines? It's a very difficult thing to do, and it's something that we're currently working on. Strategy, getting back to strategy, at first it was fear when these things, and sort of how do we deal with them, and we know they're going to be taking up large collection, or large amount of space and all of that. But this new system that we have, we've proven that the technology works. We just need someone to donate $1 million so that we can start doing the rest of the labels and do the work on the ontology on that. I hope that answers.
Any other questions? Yeah.
Do you have any strategy or tactic to alert yourself to stolen property?
Repeating for the recording, do you have a tactic or strategy to alert yourself to stolen material?
Very good question, because library land is rife with theft. And I think we all have examples in our own experience with items that have been stolen. There are collections that have been given to Davis that somehow items mysteriously disappeared. I would say that happened before my watch, but it's something that is that you have to be aware of. There was an interesting case that I had recently where I got an offer from a reputable dealer for a collection of several hundred letters involving a specific Bordeaux wine merchant, and it covered about a 30-year period back in the 1700s. And what they wanted for the collection was way beyond our means, so it wasn't anything that we considered. But about that time, I was interviewed by Jane Anson, who is Decanter's editor, who is resident in Bordeaux, and she's recently published a book about Bordeaux. So sort of in an offhand way, I said to her, oh, by the way, look at this, isn't this interesting? You know, something we'd never be able to afford, but, you know, it's something that's interesting out there. And she says, I know that producer, they're still around. So she went to them and said, you know, there's these letters from your organization. He says, yeah, I know they were stolen. They were stolen 100 years before. So they did contact the dealer, and the letters were returned to them. But I would say you have to be vigilant all the time on it, because it's very difficult at times to trace the provenance of things, and I do sometimes wonder about things. One of the things that Christine showed, the prophecy book, the manuscript book from 1620, drawing blank. Any case, if you look at the property stamp on it, and now this was made in France for Louis XIV's Minister of War, and it prophesizes quality of grape growing and wine vintages through the 21st century. But somehow it ended up in a Jewish library in Argentina, because there's a property stamp in there. And then we got it from somebody. It arrived long before I was in the library. So I kind of wonder on that. And it's just something that you have to be vigilant on. Do you want to say anything about?
Yeah, when talking to students about the provenance of certain items, I first preface it by saying that cultural institutions tend not to get involved and acquire things with murky provenance. But for instance, we do have a Sumerian clay tablet where it was purchased from a rare book shop in LA. And I asked questions, how do you think it landed in LA? From, let's say, the ruins of modern day Iraq. But, it was something that we acquired a long time ago. But as of now, we're not supposed to continue along those lines. Not like, Museum of the Bible.
Anyone else?
I may add there's a couple over here as well. Yeah.
Front row.
How can someone use the library?
How can someone use the library?
That's a wonderful question. That should be the first question. We're a land-grant institution, which means that we have a special charge to support the mechanical and agricultural industries of the state of California. This goes back to the 1860s. As a land-grant institution, and the remaining land-grant, the land-grant institution within the University of California was vested in 3 campuses: Berkeley, Davis, and Riverside. And the Davis campus, in the library especially, we take that very seriously till today. So anybody can come in and use the collection. Anybody can come into special collections and use the collection as special collections. Now, with the COVID pandemic, we've had to put restrictions and other kinds of things on it. I hope that it will at some point open up again. Also, when I was working, I was fielding questions from all around the world, and in some cases, some of these researchers would come to Davis, and I would spend time with them in the collection, working with the collection. So we provide a range of services that way. But in essence, this is a library that's held by a public institution in trust, and I would say in trust for the world, and we do take it at that level because our collection is international and in scope and has so many different languages in it. And it's been wonderful to see people come and use the collection. When the Soviet Union broke up, there were a number of Soviet-trained viticulturalists that came to work in California, in the nursery industries in particular. And these were people with PhD-level education in grape growing, for example. And they were coming to Davis and finding works in Russian that they did not know existed. They had never seen it in their home country, but we had copies of that. So it's always astounding to see. The big reward for me is seeing the surprise, the pleasant surprise that these people have when they use the collection. And I can go on and on about stories on that, but it really is, anybody can use it. We encourage people to use it, and we do have contact points so you can go to our websites and find out about submitting questions or getting in contact with a particular librarian to help you with that.
And I do emphasize in my classes, in every class, that the archives is there for them. I'm not sure about the rest of the library. For archives and special collections, you don't necessarily have to be affiliated with UC Davis or even with the UC. We have international scholars who come in all the time to study one of our anchor collections, the Gary Snyder papers. So, and I've heard recently that undergraduate students, well, even graduate students have anxiety entering the library. So if they have anxiety with entering the library, how would they feel about the archives? So I do say and stress the importance that it is open to anyone. Do we have a future exhibit here? At the book fair, we have the exhibit on the end featuring our mini wine and food collections. And when I say it's at the very end, it's at the very end. We have around 10 cases, I think. And currently on campus, in front of our department, we have Julianne's Wine Writers collection, and then we have gems featuring examples from UC Davis, the photograph collection, University Archives photograph collection. Those are the two current exhibits, at least in Shields Library.
The Zero family invitation from 1908 has been made into a little bookmark that's down there, so you can take a copy of that home with you if you'd like. And I also believe that there are postcards utilizing images from Amarine's label collection. And one of them that's on display, it has the notes from the tasting, and he gave it a letter grade. I think it's a B+ for the wine. And he's noted as being a hard grader.
Where do you get your funding for your purchases, and how expensive can they be?
Where does the funding for purchases come from, and how expensive can they be?
So as a land-grant institution and a University of California institution, our money largely comes from the state. So the state budget pays for undergraduate education, and there's a certain amount of money that comes to the library for the acquisition of material and support of undergraduate education. What we're talking about is way beyond that. So we have some small endowments that we do have an active fundraising program. We've had a development officer now for a couple of years, I think about 7 years, although we had one, she left, and then we've have another one now. So we are actively soliciting donations on that. Julianne Ballou, if you were here for her presentation, she's here because of a $3.3 million gift from Warren Winiarski of Stag's Leap Winery to the library. Recently, can I talk about the Beckstoffer?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, we were recently given $500,000 from Andy Beckstoffer. Andy Beckstoffer is the largest single owner of vineyard land in Napa. So we're out soliciting money. We're out hustling money on that. And that's what's going to fund a lot of these things. What's the most expensive thing that we purchased just recently? And it's is it on exhibit now?
Yes, it is.
It's on exhibit. It's a debate on wine and water from 1500.
You're putting me on the spot. 1550?
1550, $50,000. But $38,000 of that was a gift from the Breslauer Foundation, which funds purchase of rare material for libraries. Unfortunately, this is the last year that they're doing it, so we got under the wire on that one. But we're constantly looking for ways of funding these things because this goes way beyond the state's mandate to fund things. And we are dependent upon the goodwill of others. Is that the right quote from the Tennessee Williams?
The kindness of strangers.
Yeah, kindness of strangers.
We do have time for one more question. Anyone has one more?
I'll say one last thing on the Breslauer thing. I'm talking with Julianne, and in the earlier presentation, she said it was wonderful because it was one of the easiest grant proposals that she wrote, and she actually got some help indirectly from UC San Diego and the head of special collections there, Linda Klassen. But it's proving to be much harder to get the university to accept it because we did not follow university protocol and procedure on that. So we're learning. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
like this. Make it drop.
Okay. Looks like it's about time. So thank you everyone for coming here. This is a really great turnout. I hope people have had the chance to go and take a look at the exhibit down the hall. It's pretty much the direct opposite of the big room. There's 2 cases and a pegboard with posters and ephemera on exhibit. If you haven't had a chance yet, hopefully after the talk. So anyway, my name is Alexander Aiken. I'm the co-owner of Blarium Books in San Francisco. And as of earlier this week, the vice president of the ABAA. And I'm A-K-I-N if you go to Google me later. So and this here is Lisbeth Tellefsen. Lisbeth was the former publisher of the Black lesbian journal Aché, an example here. Now, from being an important participant and creator, she's also become a noted archivist of social movements, including the Black Panther and many other movements. Her own personal papers now reside at Yale University's Beinecke Library. And there's a recent book based on her extensive archives related to Angela Davis. So today I'll be talking mainly about stuff, the items that are out there in the exhibit, and Lisbeth will be talking more about the human experience and its personal relevance and how she ended up becoming a keeper of history. Many years ago, an anthropologist named Marjorie Aiken published an article called Passionate Possession, the Formation of Private Collections, which is included in this book from the Smithsonian. In this work of genius, as I say totally objectively, even though she's my mom, she describes a variety of motivations that underlie the drive to collect, ranging from nostalgia, the indulgence of personal taste, accumulation of wealth, to things like showing your individualism through unusual collections or the drive to complete something. I'll leave it to Lisbeth to talk about her motivations, but she's built a collection of materials about Angela Davis that is so magnificent, it's been the subject of an exhibit at the Zimmerli Art Museum at Rutgers University, and is coming to the Oakland Museum of California in October of this year. Dealers who find unusual material related to Angela Davis always go to her. There's an advantage to being known for your specialties. She also has a sort of grassroots advantage in collecting in that she's been close to so many people who were activists, who were on the scene at the time, and might have some stuff in the back of the closet somewhere. So with this in mind, let's think about the ways that one might collect the history of radical activism in Oakland. This is a town with a rich history of social movements. By the turn of the 20th century, Oakland was already home to advocates for all sorts of reforms, from the days of Jack London and the Socialist Party to the later influx of African-American workers and the struggle for equality in the post-war period. There were student demonstrations during the Vietnam War, Asian American and Latino movements, inspired in part by the Panthers. All these threads that are actually quite interconnected. Now, ideas of what is progressive have evolved. There were some issues that were seen as incredibly important to reformers in the past, but now seem quaint, like prohibition, or offensive, like eugenics. Nowadays, people think of socialism as being anti-racist, but that wasn't always the case. In its early days, socialism was sometimes interpreted as protecting the white working class. This is from a Jack London book that we'll see in a minute. One reason to collect published materials that came from these groups is to look at them as a historian would. They can help to humanize and round out their creators and the world in which they lived. And in this respect, they have a value that's completely separate from the price they might achieve at auction. In the exhibit of Oakland activist materials that you'll see outside, you'll see some quite valuable items, but there are also some things there that I sell in my shop for as little as $10. But they're no less valuable to anyone who wants to understand and appreciate the history of Oakland, to trace the threads that have crisscrossed and interwoven to give this town the legacy that it has today. And they show that collecting Oakland activist history is something that is really within anyone's reach. So with that in mind, let's take a quick tour through some of the items that are on exhibit outside. This is the earliest item in the exhibit, published by the Nationalist Club in Oakland in 1891. Nationalism has taken on a different meaning, but in those days, the nationalist clubs defined their purpose as to, quote, end capitalism's greed and distinctions between the classes while promoting a peaceful, ethical, and truly progressive human race. Now, the author of this pamphlet was no outcast in Oakland society. He was an editor at the Oakland Inquirer, and he went on actually to become secretary of the Oakland Chamber of Commerce. In this pamphlet from 1912, James Osborne of the Rice Institute in Oakland argues that socialism is the only philosophy of government compatible with the original revolutionary spirit of 1776. Jack London put Oakland on the map in many ways for a broader audience. He was, of course, as well as an author of fiction, a prominent socialist activist. His work is a place where the traditional concept of antiquarian books, looking for first editions with dust jackets and so on, overlaps with the history of political action. Union organizing and other labor activism is a continuous thread in Oakland history. This leaflet was published in 1946 as part of an organizing drive for mostly female clerks at Hastings and Conn's department stores in Oakland. In later years, we see some interesting intersections between labor activism and what would seem to be the influence of countercultural art. This mimeograph leaflet from the 60s was made by rank-and-file activists in some union. It's not clear which union, but the artwork depicts corrupt union leadership suckling at the breast of the big contractors while starving rank-and-file members are offering up their bottles as their dues. The cultural movements of the 60s saw expression in Oakland in publications like Yawp, which was a multicultural collection of poetry, prose, and art published by students at Laney College in 1968. Now, in the late 60s, of course, things got pretty heavy. Student protests against the draft and the Vietnam War could become very volatile. This 1969 booklet is about first aid for activists who might find themselves in confrontations with police. It was anonymously published, but I spoke with the author's widow. He was a Jewish doctor who volunteered his services at many local demonstrations, including the Native American occupation of Alcatraz. Not all Oakland activists were on the left, of course. The Tocsin newsletter's goal was to expose what they saw as a red conspiracy behind the burgeoning student movement and the New Left in the Bay Area. They had correspondents attend local demonstrations and surreptitiously take photos of people who were there as an effort to show the presence of known communists and to keep track of organizers. From a historical viewpoint, it's actually very useful because they noticed a lot of things that people didn't necessarily talk about later. Now, today, Oakland is most known for its legacy of activism in the black community. As you know, World War II industry brought a huge influx of workers from the South, and a lot of people think of local black activism as coming to fruition after the war. But we can actually go back a lot further. This is a 1917 yearbook of the local branch of the NAACP. And as you can see, the local officers in Oakland and San Francisco were largely women. This issue of the yearbook describes several campaigns that the organization undertook in that year, including blocking a proposed segregation ordinance. They were going to pass a law to impose segregation in Oakland. In the summer of 1966, the phrase Black Power entered the mainstream political lexicon from Stokely Carmichael of the Congress of Racial Equality, or CORE. In 1967, CORE held its national conference here in Oakland. The marquee guest, of course, was the boxer Muhammad Ali, but other people announced on the leaflet included the comedian and activist Dick Gregory, Ron Karenga, the creator of Kwanzaa, Leroy Jones, soon to be known as Amiri Baraka, and even 2 ambassadors from African countries. The Black Panthers, of course, came out of the Black Power milieu, and my friend Lisbeth's going to talk more about them soon. But for now, let's look at some of the items published by or about the Panthers that are in the exhibit, stuff that sometimes seems so timely today that it's hard to believe it was published more than half a century ago. This poster has no text. It's just a photo of Huey Newton that was taken at a memorial rally for Denzel Dowell, who had been killed by police in Contra Costa County. Emory Douglas recently identified it in a conversation with Lisbeth as one of the earliest posters that he produced for the Panthers. Emory Douglas was, of course, their Minister of Culture. He's still active today, incidentally. The alley across the street from my bookstore has one of his recent murals. In 1967, Huey Newton was in a shootout with police. He was injured, but one officer died. And his trial came to be seen as about more than just his case, but a trial of the right of black people to defend themselves and to get a fair hearing. There was real fear that he would be killed as a way to silence the Black Panther Party. As those demonstrators outside of the courthouse warned, the sky's the limit if you kill Huey Newton. In 1968, he was convicted of voluntary manslaughter, and to celebrate his conviction, 2 Oakland police shot up the Panther office. This is a press photo from Lisbeth's collection showing what it looked like afterwards. You can see all the bullet holes in the window. Newton had written a poem that concluded, "By surrendering my life to the revolution, I found eternal life, revolutionary suicide." That was the title of his best-selling book, and that cover image shows a poster. If you look back at this window, you can see that very poster in the middle with the bullet holes in it. While he was in prison, the slogan "Free Huey" started to appear everywhere, and he actually ran for Congress in the November 1968 election as a candidate of the Peace and Freedom Party. In May 1970, his conviction was reversed, and after 2 subsequent trials ended in hung juries, the charges against him were dropped. The Black Panther Party got increasingly involved in Oakland politics, with members running for local office or working with elected officials. This, I think, is a great poster because it draws together so many aspects of the Black Panther Party's work. Bobby Seale, who had co-founded the Panthers in 1966, was running for mayor. Elaine Brown was running for city council. At this rally, they're also offering sickle cell anemia tests, distributing free groceries. And it's interesting to note some of the people who were involved. Cecil Williams from Glide Church in San Francisco, Ron Dellums, who was a longtime congressman, and so on. Here's another Bobby Seale poster from his run for mayor in 1973. There's quite a change in the sort of overall presentation. Seale came in second in a field of 9 candidates that year. This was a birthday party / campaign event for Elaine Brown, who was the head of the party from 1974 to 77. In this year, she got 44% of the vote in Oakland. Her memoir, A Taste of Power, is a really eye-opening book, especially for its discussion of the role of women in the party. Now, aside from straight-up political materials, there are many cultural works by Black Panthers. Elaine Brown had, of course, recorded an album. Poetry by Huey Newton and Erica Huggins was collected in this volume, published by City Lights Books. But there were also many very, lesser-known people who were associated in some way with the Black Panther Party, who self-published works reflective of the cultural ferment in Oakland at the time, like this poetry collection by Donald F. Williams. There was a surge of interest from white radicals and others in the broader community that led to the publication of explanatory materials like these. Terry Cannon, who put this together, was a white activist who'd been involved in the civil rights movement and had worked in Alabama in support of the Lowndes County Freedom Organization, which was a group that inspired the Panthers. Underground newspapers serving primarily white communities also devoted extensive space to material by and about the Panthers. Here's an issue of the Old Mole from Boston that discusses Bobby Hutton, who had been shot by police in Oakland, and Fred Hampton, who had been killed in his sleep just a few days before this issue came out. This section from the September 1969 issue of The Movement, published in San Francisco, addresses a feminist audience with new perspectives and critiques based on the experiences of Black women. And newspapers could take advantage of the centerfold page to print sort of makeshift posters that could be taken out and put on a wall. Here's the centerfold page from the December 1970 issue of The Activist calling for the release of Bobby Seale and Erica Huggins. Moreover, the Panthers drew interest from beyond the borders of the United States. In Cuba, especially, the eye-catching work of Emory Douglas inspired posters and magazine covers. Here's an issue of Tricontinental, a Cuban magazine. You can compare the image to this greeting card produced by Emory Douglas. You see one of the women is the same but reversed and with color added. Here's a Cuban poster from OSPAL, the Organization of Solidarity of the Peoples of Africa, Asia, and Latin America, which borrows that iconic image of Huey Newton. Now, people who had been involved with the Black Panthers went on to continue their community involvement in many ways. Erica Huggins, who you remember from that poster, was a director of the Oakland Community School, and our exhibit outside includes a 1980 graduation program with photos of the students who were finishing. The school grew out of the Black Panther Party's 10-point program, in which point 5 called for educating Black people about their true history. Now, for a small school, these were, I guess, all the students finishing in that year, so it was rather small, but its students had outsized accomplishments. Kalita Smith, at the lower right there, became a successful actress. Students from other years include a member of the Digital Underground. Fred Blackwell became head of San Francisco redevelopment, and so on. And I might add that Erica Huggins, who was the director of that school, we have the honor of having her in the audience here today. So I thank her for coming and for all she's done over the years. Yeah. The strong local tradition of Black radicalism led many in Oakland to support anti-colonial movements in Africa, including the global campaign against apartheid in South Africa. And Oakland's prominent role in the US boycott movement earned it recognition when the South African government released Nelson Mandela in 1990. Oakland was the final stop of his US tour, and he addressed a crowd of about 58,000 here. That pin next to the flyer is one that someone saved from that visit. Now, another form of activism is the effort within immigrant communities to support newcomers, to provide information helping to adapt to the new society, and to defend the rights of that group. For a while, Oakland was home to the only Portuguese language newspaper in the Western US for immigrants from Portuguese-speaking countries. When the fascists took over in Italy, many anti-fascists went into exile. This pamphlet is about Vincent Ferrero and Dominique Salito, two Italian immigrants who ran a restaurant here in Oakland. They rented space to some anarchists who published a newspaper. So in 1934, the US immigration authorities arrested them and attempted to deport them back to Italy for their role in that. The Chinese Culture Center of Oakland, here's an example of a certificate of appointment for an honorary advisor. A bulletin from the Asian Law Caucus in 1982. Filipino immigrants in Oakland worked from exile to challenge the dictatorship of Ferdinand Marcos back in the Philippines. Local Chicano activists reissued a classic text by Ricardo Flores Magón in 1974 with additional text added commemorating International Women's Day and discussing the importance of understanding Chicano history. For many years, Inkworks was a go-to press in the Bay Area for activist groups of all types. This poster, printed by Inkworks in Oakland in 1975, draws a connection between the feminist movement and the reunification of Vietnam in that year. Now, the sorts of materials that we're looking at were all at one time produced to spread word of events, to persuade the reader. Rarely did people think of them even those dramatic Black Panther posters as something that would be bought and sold as collectibles decades later. Luckily, there were people who recognized their significance and preserved them. By the same token, though, there are materials being produced today that could someday be seen in a new light. I don't know if you remember the Occupy demonstrations about 11 years ago. I put out word at the time that if people went and collected up all the leaflets and other publications that were circulating, I would pay for them. And I got about 3 big boxes of stuff. And even at that time, right when it was still happening, I got 3 major university libraries interested in obtaining those collections. And you can add to a collection of Oakland activist history by saving programs for community events, such as this one that was produced by Lisbeth. So when thinking about things like this, what does it really mean to be a collector? A lot of people don't think of themselves that way, even though they are. You know, well, I can't afford first editions by famous authors or whatever. But a collector can be anyone who makes who appreciates the importance of something that others might have overlooked, who makes the effort to gather it together, to preserve it, and to present it in a new way that shows others the significance of what they have missed. Lincoln Cushing, who's in the audience here, is going to be teaching a course on community archiving at Berkeley, and maybe afterwards, if anyone's interested, they can speak to him. Now, Lisbeth is an example of someone who's been an active participant, a maker of local history, who has become one of its keepers. And she's someone who I respect and appreciate immensely, and soon you'll see why. Without further ado, I want to hand it over to Lisbeth Tellefsen.
Wow. He said 5 people, y'all. He said 5 people. Okay, first of all, I want to thank you, Alex, because I am not somebody who does a lot of public speaking. It is not something that comes naturally to me. And if you ask me to do something like this, my first, second, and third response is always no, and yet here I am. So well done, you. Okay. So there we go. Alex has done a great job talking about, the items of Oakland activist history, and I'm going to give you a little bit of my collector journey. So I'm like the whimsy portion of the program, so bear with me. This is, how a geeky little kid with collections became somebody who is looked upon, well because of those collections. So it's how a Rainbow Movement stepchild parlayed a comic book collection into a bona fide career. So, thinking about how I got here, in gathering material, it really seems like in many ways I was kind of born for this. It doesn't seem like an accident. I was born in San Francisco in 1961, stone's throw from the Haight-Ashbury. We moved to Berkeley when I was a toddler, and my mom, who was a Norwegian immigrant, landed a job at the Co-op Credit Union in Berkeley, which was like a hotbed of political activity. And for someone who never became a citizen, she was a Norwegian citizen her entire life, we were smack dab in the middle of it. So I was raised in an eclectic village of immigrants, lefties, black communists, and single moms. That was my world. It was also what I consider the golden age of collecting. Like literally every box of cereal, every full tank of gas, came with some sort of collectible antenna ball. And, even our parents were in on it. They collected blue chip stamps, which could be turned into a toaster, so their motives were much more practical than ours. And it did not help that the closest shop, like at the end of our block, was Dave's Hobby Shop, which was Berkeley's best hobby shop, and it sucked up the allowance of every kid within a 6-block radius. So comic books, baseball cards, Hot Wheels, stamps, you name it, our collections were social currency, and we fought long and hard for bragging rights. And since we never had a lot of money, the lessons that I learned at that point, like resourcefulness and tenacity and patience, are still things I use to this day. My mom's boyfriend growing up was Matt Crawford. He was many years her senior, and he was like a grandfather figure to me in my life. He had come to Oakland as a child during the Great Migration in 1911 and began a storied activist career, 6 decades. In the 30s, he was the second Black chiropractor in Oakland, and he had a health and wellness column in a Black newspaper in the 30s. And he also was lifelong friends with folks like Paul Robeson and Jessica Mitford and Langston Hughes. And he made it his personal mission to immerse me in Black culture. And though I really didn't appreciate it much at the time, he said someday I would, and he was right. So by the age of 7, I was dragged to more Robeson revivals and whatnot. I remember one time we're at one of his friend's house, and he puts me on the phone with Paul Robeson Jr., and I'm like 6. And he's handing me this phone, and I'm like, this is so stupid. Why would I want, what, ugh, grown-ups. So, yeah, but he was right. Who's laughing now? And probably most importantly, he was his generation's keeper of the papers. He had been the secretary of the National Negro Congress and active in fights like saving the Scottsboro Boys, and his file cabinets were a treasure trove of decades and decades and decades of Black history. And the importance of that role was instilled in me in a very early age. In 1932, this is Matt left center with glasses on, with his arm around his best friend Louise Thompson. And they were among a group of young African Americans who sailed to the Soviet Union with the intent of making a film on Black culture. The film never got made, but wow, were some adventures had. And the woman he has his hand around, Louise Thompson, was a significant figure in the Harlem Renaissance. She was a secretary for the patron of Zora Neale Hurston and Langston Hughes, and was briefly married to the writer Wallace Thurman, and would later marry William L. Patterson, who's a very famous Black communist attorney. And as a child, I would listen to their stories, though I didn't really retain much, but there were very real takeaways. When we would go visit their friends' houses, their own children were long gone, so I was usually the only kid in the mix, and I would go looking for the room with a television set. And all of their houses felt the same. They had bookcases overflowing with books. Every surface, every wall was covered with artwork and mementos of their travels. And, I kind of just thought that that's what grown folks did. You traveled the world, you rabble-roused and fought the good fight, and, gathered ephemera and took it home and, lived surrounded by the treasures accumulated along the way. So, as a teenager, one of my earliest jobs was working in this building, the Print Mint, which is famous here in Berkeley, or should I say infamous, as an underground publisher, distributor of, all I remember is Young Lust comic books everywhere, because they kind of scarred me at the age of 15. But it was really a crash course into the world of alternative press, political graphics. It was like a heady mix of art, pop culture, counterculture. And here is where I learned to run a printing press. And at the age of 21, I started my own business, and I opened my own press room and ran a printing press for 25 years. And this period really instilled in me just a love of old school cut and paste graphic arts, you know. Yeah, so I'm a pop culture kid, I'm a counterculture kid. And, you know, as I got older, my taste in posters changed. You know, instead of Jackson 5 centerfolds, now it was about revolutionaries and, you know, and local political movements and things that I would be caught dead having on my walls. And, you know, always posters with excellent graphics. That's never changed. So in my 20s, as the collections of my youth fell away, I discovered Latin music. I fell in love, you know, my junior year in high school. I was up at Leopold's renting records, and I discovered salsa and rumba, and that total immersion, single-minded focus I'd always been able to put towards my collections as a kid now turned to Latin jazz and salsa. I began studying as a percussionist and became a budding ethnomusicologist. If any of you are impressed with the organization here, I also had a stint at KPFA Radio as a recording engineer and as their record librarian, and I've kept my collection in similar state ever since. So in 1985, I got the opportunity to travel to Cuba as it was the first of several trips as the lone woman amongst a group of percussionists doing research. We brought with us the latest video and recording equipment, and I kind of, you know, saw this as my chapter as, you know, the Zora Neale Hurston, Alan Lomax portion of the program. So my constant companion was my Pentax camera, and with my camera and the video recorder, I documented everything, much to everyone around me's chagrin. I was not popular, but they're all glad I did it now, yeah. So our troupe returned from Cuba with dozens of hours of rare footage. We'd gotten lessons from some of the most significant figures in Afro-Cants culture. And we started a project to gather from around the country anything we could get our hands on around Afro-Cuban culture, and created a digital archive that was unprecedented. So by the end of the 80s, the largest Afro-Cuban archive was housed in my Mission District apartment, and it spurred development in ways that I couldn't even, you know, the sacred bata lessons that I was under no circumstances to give to women ever. I promptly came home, Andy, and she would start teaching a generation of women this history. So, yes, trip, when we had some free time, I would be scouring the shops, mostly record shops, and I stumbled across some old Cuban posters. You know, I had grown up with the iconic image of Che. You know, Telegraph Avenue, every head shop has Che, Rasputin, Marilyn, Elvis. But seeing him in this context kind of struck me. And, you know, as a printer, I was concerned about the paper stock. It was just really kind of deteriorating. So that trip, I came home with 32 albums, which was no easy feat, and an armful of posters. And that trip began my foray into Cuban poster collecting. So in 1989, my life took a turn as I co-founded a Black lesbian journal, a cultural arts organization called ABAA. Now, the mid to late 80s were kind of like into the Harlem Renaissance for Black gay folk. Culture was exploding. There were folks like filmmaker Marlon Riggs, poet and Pat Parker, Audre Lorde. They were all folks that I got the opportunity to work alongside. And I also, as the editor-publisher for the first year, got a chance to put my old school graphic design skills, cut and paste. Yeah. So ABAA, as a publication that had global distribution, I think we were in something like 14 countries at our height, which with subscribers that included folks like Angela Davis and Alice Walker and Roxanne Gay, which actually made me super happy when I went back. I'm like, are you the Roxanne Gay? But you know, as a publication, virtually anything happening globally of, you know, lesbians of color or Black LGBT folk came through our pages. So we were on the mailing list of like the first Black gay organization, and I began to, this was the moment where I stepped into the role of the keeper of the papers and collecting everything that was coming through. And I spent a lot of money on storage units, keeping all these boxes. And they could easily have gotten thrown out, and I would have thrown away gems like personal correspondence from Audre Lorde, which I treasure. And it was also my first foray into event production. And this is my attempt at graphic arts, okay? This is the best that I can do. Not much of a designer, but, you know, it got the job done. Black lesbian poet Pat Parker was our biggest champion and mentor during the first 6 months of ABAA, and after 6 months, she actually passed away from cancer. And after she died, her widow asked if I would come help organize her papers and gave me a key to the house. And in my free time, I would go work through the file cabinet trying to organize things. And I stumbled years of correspondence between Pat and Audre Lorde, and had mirrored each other so interestingly. They were both at the Black poets and fairly white world, married to white men. They both came out. They both went through battles with cancer, and covered it all. And I asked if I could make a copy, you know, with the promise of it. And she said yes. And for 20 years, stayed in their basement until I think they eventually made their way to Harvard a couple years ago, and are now the subject of a book letters. So I produced an Audre Lorde memorial in 1992, and 15 years later, a friend of mine contacted me and said she wanted to do another event. And this time, could we do it about Audre and Pat. And I remembered those letters, and I got permission from the family. I said, you know, this is what we're trying to do. We would love to use them. Lesbian poet Judy Grahn and I combed through Pat's work and put together kind of a choreo poem with them speaking to each other, with Jewel Gomez as the voice of Audrey and Pat's former roommate, musician Linda Tillery, as the voice of Pat. So this event, Sister Comrade, I consider one of the crowning achievements of my life. It's one of the things I'm most proud of. So, almost done. How am I doing? Okay, good, good, good. Okay, so this is a little bit of a flashback. I think as an 11-year-old, I remember watching documentaries on PBS, like old jazz documentaries that would have old black and white footage, you know, like you could see Billie Holiday sitting in a club. And in the credits, it was always, the footage was from the collection of David Chertok. And, you know, everybody else was psyched about the documentary, and I was obsessed with David Chertok. How does he get his name up there? And when I got my first TV credit, anyway, it was for a Black Panther documentary on VH1 called, and yeah, the 11-year-old kid in me is super psyched, and that's who's talking right now. So in 2003, I got word that there was a new book on Cuban posters coming out. And the author was actually in Berkeley, and he was going to be speaking at Black Oak Books. And I was like, right on. So I trucked down there, and this book, Revolucion, Cuban Poster Art by Lincoln Cushing, voila. During his talk, he had an older gentleman in the audience stand up, and he said, I would like to thank Michael Rossman, whose collection of 25,000 political posters helped form the basis of this book. And my jaw dropped open. I'm like, 25, what does he live in, an airplane hangar? I couldn't fathom it. And so I went to introduce myself, and he was very gracious. He invited me over to show me how he did it, and he was thoroughly ingenious. And the three of us formed the political poster portal with the idea of organizing our collections and creating a huge catalog of political posters. You know, I was the newbie in the group, probably had the smallest collection of anybody, but I was new blood, and they were eager to have me. And so to make it sexy for me, they said with the Angela Davis posters. And I'm like, yeah. So Lincoln and Michael had built this ingenious track system to shoot slides, and my job was to get the slides processed and to get them digitized. And at the time I had Canada, and so when these CDs came back and I popped them into my computer, and you know, this showed up on my screen, and the graphic head was able to like, oh, that's they did that. Oh, they reviewed it. Oh, I couldn't tell you how revelatory this moment was to me. And now, you know, Google Images can do the same thing in 30 seconds, so it doesn't have the same impact. But it changed the game as far as I'm concerned, and also really had me thinking about what digital archives and how powerful they could be, and how much they could offer beyond the analog type collections. So many years later, all those boxes accumulated during the Ashe years, I discovered Bolerium Books doesn't just sell books, they also place manuscript collections. And I discovered manuscript collections could apply to dozens and dozens of boxes of random paper. And when this UC Berkeley College dropout got 5 figures for those boxes, to be Yale and have Yale promote the heck out of it such that I traveled to New Haven to the grandest library I've ever been in my life. And they has a whole kiosk, Andy Warhol to the left, August Wilson to the right, and in the corner table, I thought, j'arrive. And yeah. So my Cuban poster collection, the OSPAL posters, there was a subset of posters that were dedicated to the solidarity with Black struggles in America. And so these were some of my Holy Grail favorite posters. These two here on the left, even though the Cuban designer Lázaro Abreu is credited, it does include the artwork of Black Panther Minister of Culture Emory Douglas. And on the right, Alfredo Rostgard did this Black Power poster. And I discovered that there was an auction, an institutional auction that was happening in New York called Swan Galleries Print and Manuscript African Americana. And this was where the museums buy on eBay. They don't go to garage sales, but they go to these institutional auctions. And when I consigned these two posters to be sold as a lot. I thought that was kind of a kick. And, they estimated they would go for like $600 to $800, which I thought, great, I'm not losing money. And when the buyer paid $6,000, it was a wake-up call. But more than the money, the buyer was the Smithsonian. And they were building the collection for their new National Museum of African American History and Culture. And I've never missed another auction since. This is probably the piece that put me on the map in the collector world. Michael Rossman and I were probably the two biggest users of eBay. It probably takes the first hour of every one of my days. And I stumbled across this old weird, it's kind of like a folk art guidon. You know, it had an appliqued felt panther paw print, but the color scheme, the green and white, placed it in Lowndes County, Alabama, as the precursor to the Black Panther Party that we know. And while I couldn't tell if it was legitimate or what kind of condition it is, I think, you know, I invested a little bit of money, you know, under $200 just to see. And when I got it in the mail, it was clear it was a piece from that period. It was not in great shape, but I also recognize that this is a piece of history that's probably deserves better than sitting in a box somewhere on my shelf, so I consigned it with Swan Galleries. I think they assigned maybe $1,500 as their estimate of value. So I vaguely remember sitting in the audience when it hit 20,000, the roof disappeared. When Nicholas Lowry, the head of Swan Galleries, hammered, I think the buyer paid something like $40, and he said, "Congratulations, we've just set a world record for a piece of Black Panther history." As momentous as that moment was, the only reason bidding had gone that high is the Smithsonian buyers were in the audience and desperately trying to get it for their new museum, and they were the losing bid. And so I not have something like that happen again. So I made introductions with the curators at the Smith and got my little SAM.gov government vendor license and began to deal with them directly. Erica and I at the donor preview at the opening of their museum, and I think they went from having a collection of zero because they could not borrow from other Smithsonians. They collected upward of 30,000 pieces from local collectors like myself. Maybe 3,300 made the inaugural exhibit, and a dozen of them were from my collection. The biggest piece, this America Free Angela Faith Ringgold print from 1971, she had produced as a fundraiser for the Free Angela Davis Committee, was actually the centerpiece of their Black Arts kiosk. And to this day, they use it as an integral thread in their digital collections. So I've contributed artwork and archival materials to exhibits around the world. I've curated exhibits, and this is one of my favorite moments because Colin Kaepernick does a lot of philanthropic work in the community, and with absolutely no publicity, he put on a camp for about 100 underserved youth in Oakland, and he taught them financial literacy, their rights. He gave them backpacks full of ancestry DNA kits and the autobiography of Malcolm X, and the venue that he chose was the site of our exhibit, and he said he really wanted this as a backdrop for his first Know Your Rights camp. This is Lincoln and I. We donated dozens and dozens of posters to SF MoMA. So now when I go to the museum and I see my little tag, that gives me such great joy. Collection of Lisbeth Tellefsen. This is one of our latest projects. In West Oakland, actually not far from here, maybe a mile from here, is the Women of the Black Panther Party Mural House and Mini Museum. A local resident who wanted to honor this history did her whole house as an honor to the women of the Black Panther Party and devoted the downstairs apartment to a pop-up exhibit that I created that traces the Black Panther Party's history. It's at 9th and Center, a block, 2 blocks north of the West Oakland BART station, if anybody's interested. And what is probably the crowning achievement of my career is the exhibit on Angela Davis that is up right now. Almost 300 pieces from my archive form the basis of this exhibit that will be coming to the Oakland Museum in October of 2022. And next month, Angela and I will be there speaking about it. I'm actually a little embarrassed for her to see it because, yeah, I collected all that stuff. So rando. Yeah. And probably the highlight is the exhibit catalog that was published by German art house publisher Hermer Verlag, and is it's available everywhere now. Angela Davis Sees the Time. And yeah, I wish my mother was here to see it, because look, I'm published. So that is it. Oh, I'll read the acknowledgments out loud. So thank you, Alex Aiken, for being such an excellent partner in so many of my archival triumphs. I really could not have done it without you. Thank you to Lincoln and the late Michael for everything. not to mention all the work that you do donating your time to really preserve this history of political posters. And special thanks to Erica, who would really live like a Zen minimalist, and instead is surrounded by papers and clutter and puts up with me anyway. So thank you all. Hey, you're up here.
So we do have a few minutes if anyone has any.
That your many huge collections of posters, two-part question. What can you say to enlighten us regarding the intellectual property status, if any, of some or all of the posters that you were? Are they in the public domain, or are they considered intellectual property of one or another artist?
I should say that in this question is Marty Goodman, who's involved in scanning and putting a lot of stuff in the public. This is a very...
Busted.
I will say that probably the person who is best to answer this question is in the audience. I mean, off the top of my head, some are, some aren't, and there is huge gray area. You do the best that you can do, and if somebody pops up all these years later, mea culpa, mea culpa. But is there anything you want to add?
It's a complicated answer. I mean, from my point of view, I've been both a producer and a documentarian. These posters are meant to be public. So you've got to look at the impetus of this. These were not meant to be private and sold. These were meant to be out in the street. And so the producer's goal was a public one. So there's legal and ethical questions. So the legal issues, is it listed as copyright, so forth. But the ethical ones are, you don't want to stomp on an individual's intellectual property. But my many years, having published many books, is that in general, if you make a good faith effort at seeing if it's okay and doing it respectfully, that you can share it in a public format and it's an okay thing. So you wouldn't make, but in general, these public political documents have a sort of a different life than a Shakespeare folio.
You had another question, right?
The obvious follow-up question to that, and the reason I preceded it with that question is, what there of making these images that you have, I heard you say many, many times, images, I created digital images. What prospect is there for making them generally freely available to the world and the public?
I will say I get a lot of requests for these images, and it always comes with the caveat that you need to clear rights with the rights holders. I might be able to provide, an image file of something that I have, but if you are publishing, doing something like that, you have to the rights. That said, I've done a lot of work to not pollute the, Bay and Etsy, where anybody will take a decent copy and start to make mugs and shirts out of it, So there's no real answers. I think a lot of the political artists have, work with things like Creative Commons licenses, and they're starting to address that up. It's kind of sad. that didn't.
For the record, of the hundreds of thousands of pages digitized over the last 10 years, now occasionally, but it has happened, folks download like extremely high resolution images of revolutionary art and then print it and put it up for sale on eBay. The first time I saw that, I had a momentary twinge. Gee, these people are ripping off my work. But
I just wanted to add, the Sunday boots rather shy, but giving speeches, I think it's fantastic.
Oh, thank you.
Number two, I would love for this to have been recorded so that it could go on YouTube. Because I would love to share this with my family.
It has been recorded, actually, and it will go on YouTube, yes.
And number three, if I could have, you mentioned Mural House in West Oakland?
Yes, it's at the corner of 9th and Center Street. And Erica, do you remember the URL? Is it womenofthebpp.org?
It was, and you could also put in West Oakland Mural Project.
West Oakland Mural Project will also bring that up, yeah. She was asking about the mural house that Lisbeth talked about. Yeah. Mhm.
Other questions for either Alexander or Lisbeth?
Boom. We out. Thank you. How long was I? Was I over?
You're perfect.
Guys, take the right.